The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. According to today's schedule, we continue to hear the statements of civil parties before the chamber. There are 3 civil parties to be heard, one of whom will be done by video conferencing. The graphier, can you report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings? The graphier, Mr. President, all the parties to the proceedings are present, and the civil parties who are to provide their testimonies, Chen Navi and Chum Sirat and Jum Nov are all present, waiting to be called by the chamber. I have already verified their identification. Regarding Madame Usavret, she is ready to provide her testimony by video conferencing from France this afternoon. I notice the presence of Council Alain Berner. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. I received or I saw an email half an hour ago informing me that my client, Mr. Jeffrey James, E2/86, will not be able to travel as planned. He's telling me that his mother fell sick and he feels that he's not able to travel. And for different reasons that, if you wish, I can elaborate upon. I do not think that video link is an option. So I'm very sorry about that, because I really do believe that his testimony would have brought, or his hearing in front of your chamber would have brought something new and unique. But that's what he's telling me. Of course, we respect that. So we do withdraw Mr. Jeffrey James from the list, E2/86. Thank you.
The President, Council Studzinski, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. First, I would like to make the following request concerning the order of the appearance of the civil parties of today. I would like to request to start with Mr. Jum Sirat. Mrs. Jin Navi is present at the court, but she does not feel well. She is not in the courtroom. She is downstairs in the civil party room and does not feel well at the moment to be able to testify in the morning. She believes that she could probably and hopefully be able to testify after having lunch and after having the meal at lunch. Now she is laying down and taking a rest, and therefore I would like to request the chamber to change the order, as I said, and to start with Mr. Jum Sirat in the morning session, and to look then later on how Mrs. Jin Navi health state is. Thank you.
The President, thank you for the information regarding the unavailability of the civil party E2/86 and the request for the rearrangement of the hearing of the civil parties. So the chamber will take the suggestion into account. Regarding the request by Stotsensky, the chamber agrees with the request. Court officer, can you invite the civil party Jum Sirat to the seat before the chamber? The President, Mr. Civil Party, is your name Jum Sirat? Civil Party, yes, that is correct, Mr. President. The President, Mr. Jum Sirat, please note the red light on the microphone. You should only respond when the light is on so that your voice goes through the system for the proper record of the transcript. Question: how old are you this year? Response: I am 68 years old. Question: where is your native place of birth? Response: I was born in Lavia Sub-District, Precho District, Kampong Cham Province. Question: where is your current address and what is your occupation? Response: currently, I live at Chrui Yongwa. I am a company director of an IT in Cambodia from 2003. Question: what is your father's name? Is he alive? Response: his name is Chum Dum. He is deceased. Question: what is your mother's name and is she still alive? Response: her name is Kum Tat. She is deceased. Mr. Jum Sirat, how many siblings do you have? Response: I have 8 siblings, 4 brothers and 4 sisters. Question: can you tell the chamber the names of your siblings in order, that is from the eldest to the youngest? Response. Chum Sarun. Chum Sarant, elder sister. Then Chum Simali, elder sister. Chum Simalai, another elder sister. Then myself, Chum Sirat. Next, Chum Naret. Chum Sinavi, my younger sister. And next, the youngest, Chum Sinaret. The President. The Chamber would like now to provide the opportunity to Council Stotunsky, representing this civil party, to make a brief statement regarding the identity of this civil party and the reasons to become a civil party and their intentions for the reparations regarding the facts and crimes alleged on the accused, for the establishment and operation of I-71 office starting from the 17th April 75 to the 6th of January 1979, and all the relevant evidence relating to the reparation or damage.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. The identity of Mr. Jum Sirat is proved by his ID card. It is already on the case file. The relation to the case is as follows. He lost two of his brothers, that is Jum Narit and Jum Sinaret in Tulsleng, and as well his sister-in-law Kim Sovanari, and probably the unborn baby. The supporting documents are as follows. There is one photo existing from Jum Sinaret on the case file with the prisoner number 59. It is ERN number 00194512. Furthermore, Jum Narit was as well in Tulsleng and entered Tulsleng on 29th of October 76 and was killed and executed on 1st of January 1977, and according to the evidence that my client received in Tulsleng during a visit there. Concerning reparations, my client leaves this question for his lawyers, and I would like to inform you that we will proceed as follows. First, Mr. Jum Sirat will give his statement. Then I will put few questions to him, and that is for the moment all, and he would like to get then the floor to do this and to proceed. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Jum Sirat, the Chamber now would like to give you the opportunity to make your statement describing the events in connection to the crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, which are related to the sufferings inflicted upon you. This is in relation to the establishment and the operation of I-71 office from the 17th April 75 to the 6th of January 79, and all the relevant evidence and events in relation to your application for civil parties and the reparations that you seek for the damage, both physically and emotionally. You may proceed. Civil Party, Mr. President, before I begin talking about my siblings, who were the victims at Duch, I would seek the President's leave to talk about my work that I have done in Cambodia, in summary, in order to shed some light on my following statement. I started working in Cambodia in 1970 through 1974 as the General Director of the Post and Communications Ministry, and from 74 to 75 I was appointed as a representative for the expertise organization of the UN in Geneva. When Phnom Penh fell under the Khmer rules on the 17th April 1975, I was abroad. Later on, I migrated to settle in France, and I took a French citizenship. So at the moment I have a dual citizenship, Khmer and French, and I had been living in France since 1975 in a company producing IT equipment. Also, during the period, I had lived in China for 6 years as the general director of a company. And later on, I came to live in Cambodia in 1999 as the director of this company in charge of the Southeast Asia branch. And that was in 2003. In that 2003, I quit that French company and I established my own IT company, and I was the director of that company. As I informed the President, my parents had 8 children, and we were very poor. We did not have sufficient money. But the only intention and hope of my parents was for us to be educated. It's like climbing a ladder to the upper level in a society. As my counsel had just said, all the facts related to case file 001, I had 2 younger brothers, Jumsi Naret. He was 28 years old in 1976, and Jum Naret, 33 years old in 1976. And Kum Swanari, alias Dawns, the wife of Jum Naret, whom I never met, and an infant. They were all detained at S21. With the President's leave, I would talk about each one of them. Now, I would like to talk about Jum Naret. My family was very poor. I received a scholarship to study in France in 1960, and I only returned to Cambodia in 1968. At that time, when we went to study abroad, there was no opportunity for us to visit home until at the end of the study. And during that 8-year period that I was abroad, Jum Naret was the breadwinner of the family. Jumnaret was a leading student studying at Duch College, and the Lycée Descartes only selected the leading students for their class, and then later on they would be offered scholarship. And Jumnaret received a scholarship to study at that Lycée Descartes and would have the opportunity to study further in France. But I was in France at that time. And due to the poor living condition of my family, Jumnaret gave up his scholarship to France. And when he finished his school, he entered the National Pedagogical Institution. And later on, he became a teacher, primary teacher in 1965. It was the same year as the accused left his teacher training institution. Jumnaret was one of the few people who left schooling and got a job in order to support my parents and siblings. That is including Yum Sinawi to finish the high school and also became a primary teacher later on. He also supported my youngest sibling, Yum Sinaret, to finish high school and to enter the medical faculty. In 1968, that's when she entered the medical faculty. I was still in France at that time, and in fact, my father passed away in 1964. And as I told you, during the study, the 8-year study, I was not able to come to attend the funeral of my father. So upon my return in 1968, I was so happy to reunite with my siblings and mother. And 3 months later, the political police, or the special police, which was known at the time, or sometimes it's referred to as a political police, under the leadership of 2 state secretaries, Stossam Sangwang Des for the National Police Force and Naren for the Internal Security Affairs. And the special police were under their supervision. And Naret was arrested on the allegation that he was a Khmer Rouge. That was in 1968. At that time, he was a teacher at the Balang School in Kampong Thom. And the other day, I listened to the testimony of Mom Nai, and he said he used to be a teacher too at the Balang School. So my brother was arrested at the Balang School and brought to the PS prison. My mother had a chronic disease. She got heart disease. She was shocked and traumatized. And I was requested by her to help my brother to get out of the prison.
At that time, when people were arrested, tortures were not avoided. And there were some rumors that some people were even dropped at the valleys, the mountains area, to die. And I had to ask for assistance from my friends. And at that time, Mr. Wan Moni Wan, the Minister of Education, so I would ask him to help me to assist my brother. And I was just returning from France. I believed that I could be convinced to grant such a visit to Mr. Molivan, but he did not allow me to meet him, and he had several pretexts for not allowing me to do so. After all, I found a person named Som On, who was the policeman who interrogated the people who were detained at the PS. And that person used to study at the primary school in Kampong Cham. And since Som On helped administer the interrogation session, my brother did not receive any punishment or tortures. Later on, he was integrated into the school and transferred from Balang to Chao Chao area, which is close to our current court location. In 1968, I was terrified. Professor Peng Ton was also arrested at that time. Professor Kaing Guek Eav, the head of the bank, were also arrested at that time. Priep En, who was regarded as the rightist individual, was arrested and killed in the public. And his execution was photographed and also could be seen in the movie. So everyone who watched the movie could never forget the memory of seeing such footages. And at that time, people were classified into groups of blue Khmer, red Khmer. And later on, after the decay regime started, and they classified people into categories of the KGB, the CIA, or the Vietnamese sympathizers, or otherwise they would be regarded as the older people, the new people, and these kind of routines or norms were well embedded long ago back then. And when Narit was arrested, he was like a normal intellectual, like other intellectuals who were leftist, because they were progressive, because they were with the idea, developing ideas. And in France at that time, there was an event we call the May 1968 event. And I may call it a kind of situation when people were rather leftist and Maoist in France. And in Khmer, I think the situation was the same. So intellectuals tend to be in favor of the leftist. Leftists mean they against the war, the Vietnamese war. And number two, they opposed the social injustice. They would like the restoration of social justice. And as a professor, Narit paid great attention to the future of young people, those who were unemployed. And he himself did not behave in a way to prove that he was a very modest person, because he focused on the education and the promotion of good education. And there were partisans. People were leftists, and then people got their different parties, and Narit could not avoid being part in one of the group. However, at that time there was an injustice arrests by the police, the justice or judicial police at that time. This phenomenon made Narut being more involved in the movement to oppose the regime. And Sihanouk called the movement the Khmer Rouge or the Red Khmer movement. And the movement, of course, had their triumphant or the triumph in 1975. And as I already said earlier, after he left Sostam prison, Narut worked at Cham Chao. Now I would like to talk about my brother Chum Sinaret. He was born in 1948. When he was arrested in 1976, he was 28 years old. Sinaret studied at grade 2 at the medical faculty in Phnom Penh. In 1970, the 18th of March event erupted when Prince Sihanouk was toppled down and the war erupted. My wife in Skun, who found out that insecurity was everywhere, so she traveled to live with me in Phnom Penh. Sinaret was the one who really be close to my mother. She had had the heart disease for 20 years before she passed away, and without Sinaret, her life would be in even worse condition, because he, after school, had to be close to her to give great assistance to her. He was a man with sense of humor. He always made my mother happy during the very critical time. Narut and Sinaret were like friends, although they were brothers. They really got along well with one another. One was good at telling jokes, the other was good at laughing at the jokes. So they were very good pairs. And Narut was a very good supporter, the one who supplied or supported the family and my mother. We had a very happy family in the midst of the war-torn country. There were about 300,000 people at that time. Later on, the population increased to more than 1 million in the city. Life became harder, and the grenades were dropped in Phnom Penh on a daily basis, and gasoline became scarce, and the electricity blackout was everywhere and very often. Now people complained of brownout or blackout, but back then, you know, we did not have electricity for days. And our family was reunited, and we cared for one another, and we could move places so that we could avoid being dropped the bombs at. And each family, honestly, had each family member had different political view. My brother was in favor of the publicans, Narit and Sinaret were in favor of the funk movement supported by Sihanouk. Or they were in favor of the liberals. However, we were not the pure politicians, so we could compromise our differences. And we prayed that the war was over so that we could resume our normal works. But our dream was faded because the war was intensified. In February 1973, after having been sick for 20 years, my mother could no longer make it through. She died of suffocation, and she died in the bathroom. And Narit tried to seek medical assistance to assist her. However, it was not possible to save her life. After February 1973, actually in 1973 there was a big event at the Pedagogical Institute next to the Independence Monument. There was a demonstration, riots, revolts, rebellions done by the teachers who claimed pay rise. And my brother at that time, the police of the Republicans accused him as being the ringleader of the demonstration or demonstrators. On the 17th of March, my mother actually died at the end of February, but on the 17th of March, there was a big plane. Lam Kun was the pilot for the military airplane to drop bombs at the state building where the Marshal Lonol was housed. And at that time, chaotic situation was imminent, and my brother was searched to be arrested. But then he tried to escape to actually run to the Maki's jungle. And according to my research, he escaped to the jungle along with Professor Nguyen Thuan. He was a very popular professor, and they went along with Hu Nam. Hu Nam was in charge of information or propaganda at that time, and he worked with Hu Nam in the propaganda section in the Magi jungle, I may say, in the liberated zone. From March 1973, when he already had been in the jungle, although I'm not quite sure, but I believe that he could have contact with Chum Sinarit, because at that time the communication was done in secret, but he could have communicated with his brother. And by the end of 1973, my brother Chum Sarun died, and I received a letter from Narit from the Magi jungle, who offered his condolences and grief for the death of my brother, although he could not attend the funeral. But according to the substance of the letter, although it had to convey the message, but I could believe that it would not be easy living in that zone. In 1974, Mr. President, I would like to be brief, and I'm afraid that if I talk longer, then you will get bored anyway. So, in 1974, there was a tragedy when my brother Chum Sinaret, who fell in love with a beautiful woman in Kampong Cham. At that time, when they fell in love, of course, they only, in French, we call it l'amour platonique. And then when the war started, then the communication or the roads was cut, and they could not really meet each other again. One day, rocket was dropped at Kampong Cham province, and the woman was injured that she had to be amputated. Otherwise, the situation, the condition would be worsened. And Narat, having learned that his sweetheart was injured in the bomb, he called her. But at that time, we could not put the blame on the doctors, because there was not sufficient medicine, and I did not know whether there was some kind of medicine to support the operation when the sweetheart of him actually was being amputated. Unfortunately, she died during operation. And later on, I was appointed as the representative of Cambodia in Geneva, and representing Cambodia, the telecommunication of Cambodia. And there were 3 organizations at that time. There was the International Telecommunication, or in French, Union Internationale, and also the Organization of Nuclear Energy Organization. When I went there, it was November 1974. I believe that in 3 months, Sinaret could be reunited with me, because when I had settled down properly, then my family too would be reunited along with Sinaret. And I asked them to be prepared to have their passport renewed. But then on the April 1975, everything's changed. My dreams, hopes faded. It is my lifelong regretfulness. At that time, I was not brave or clever enough. Or I lacked conscience. I lacked analysis to analyze the situation that Cambodia would be in a war-torn phenomenon in the next few months. So by having calculated wrongfully about the situation, I am now regretful, and it was a miscalculation, a prediction. I would like now to share with the chamber the result of my research. On the 17th of April 1975, according to the research, Narut came to Phnom Penh with the Hu Nam group and worked at the propaganda ministry. On the 30th of April 1975, I believe that the chamber knows that there was a tragedy, a great tragedy at the location of the French embassy in Phnom Penh. Both French and Cambodians, and particularly the French. And those Cambodians who got married to the French nationals and with their children, they took refuge at the embassy, the French embassy. Under pressure from the ruling people at that time, who were Khmer Rouge, Mr. Consulate, the French consulate, Dirac, Jean Dirac, I probably don't want to say that he expelled the people there, but he actually ordered those who were not French nationals to leave the vicinity of the French embassy. If not, they would be starved to death or would not be given food. I think it is now in the hands of the historians to really analyze the situation and to judge the decision by Jean Dirac at that time and why he made such a decision. And of course, the decision could be rendered and passed down from the Foreign Affairs office in France. I did not know whether the decision was ethical, and that I believe the historians can now take this into account and judge it. After these people were expelled from the French embassy, they were marching to Battambang province. And it was a kind of great tragedy, and I don't want really to recall it. However, when I were marching to that location later on, I reached the different locations, and then and when I was in France, I was told that I should not come back to Cambodia because people who educated in France were implicated as those people who were leftists. And in France, I was sent a letter from my brother Sinaret telling me that he could move about in Phnom Penh, but his relatives were all evacuated and moved to different places. And I think perhaps at that time Sinaret and Narut could have met one another in a happy moment, maybe less happy moment. On the 29th of October 1976, Narut was arrested along with Sinaret and Dawn Kam Savannari, his wife actually. And the reason for the arrest, as seen in the confession of Hu Nam himself wrote that with Mr. President's leave, I would like to just briefly read the portion. Prom Som A Yit Kum Seng. Yit Kum Seng was the brother-in-law of Hu Yun. They created a group opposing the collectivization. And Prom Som A, during the Republicans regime, they did not want to say, but allowed Chum Narit to say about this. Chum Narit was brave, and he was accused that the Democratic radio was biased, and that Chum Narit violated the collectivization regime. And he claimed that because of this kind of collectivization, and that's why medicine was not sufficient, and that privatization was banned, and that it was not good. And he said further that, in his confession, Hu Nam said that because Chum Narit said that, then he requested Angka to remove him. So on the 29th of September, he was removed. From the 21st of July to 2006, 1976, Pol Pot gave a speech in relation to the 5-year plan concerning the collectivization. 3 months later, my brother was removed as suggested by Hu Nam. And Hu Nam himself, 6 months later, after the plan was released and after my brother was arrested on the 4th of April 1977, he was arrested. He said he gave in himself to the Angka, but actually he was arrested after all. Your Honors, you may ask, how can we believe that this confession of the person Hu Nam, in which Mr. Pon already had beaten him 5 times before he made such a confession. Can we really believe in such a confession if it was extracted by torture? But I think it is believable, because the arrest was made and it was well known to the public in relation to arrest, because there was a meeting held at the propaganda office, and that he was challenging the policy of Pol Pot, and the police of Son Sen and Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch must have known this very well. So how could Hu Nam lie in that confession? So my conviction is that the confession is true, and it is consistent also to the nature of Narit. Narit was outspoken like I am, because when he wanted to say anything, he would say so. Mr. President, Your Honors, Chum Narit in in relation to Chum Narit in 1993, after searching for the truth, I came to Cambodia after 19 years abroad.
I have tried to search for all the evidence, but everything was not clear. In October 93, I went to Tulsa prison, and on the list of names, under order number 39, the name Chum Nadat alias 9 in the propaganda entered on 29th October 76 and died on the 1st of January 77. That is, after he had lived in the prisons for 65 days. And that he was tortured, dehumanized, and I don't understand the purpose of such act. If the policy is to kill, then just kill it. Why there is a need to beat them up? If one says beating up is to find the true confession, as said by the accused, and even the accused himself acknowledged the information or the confession from the forced torture interrogation is not true, then what is the purpose of beating them up? Why don't just kill them straight away? On that same list, I saw the name of my brother Chum Sinaret, and as a medic, and there was no dates for the entry and for the exit, and I did not know when he died. There was also a name of Kum Savanari alias Dawn, the wife of Chum Naret, and preceding the names, the word "a" was used. It's like contemptible in English from the propaganda section. And even about the infant, I saw the paintings done by Mr. Wanat, Mr. President, as we all have seen the painting, which depicts the dragging of an infant from the mother by the Khmer Rouge clique, by the prison guard. And on the other side, the mother was being whipped by another person. And I think that would similarly depict the fate of my nephew. Or the baby could be dropped from the upper floor or smashed against a tree stump at Chiang Mai. Mr. President, I am proud to be a Cambodian person, and this tribunal has given opportunity to the accused to express his feelings, and the civil parties are to make their statements, like Martin Lefel, like Uk Niri, Julong Sonuya, and Umpont Suntari Good. They have all described the long path for them to search for the truth and the fate of their beloved individuals. And each story is different. However, all only has the same point, that is the despair. The despair and the feeling of not understanding of what happened, and the sorrow and the pain which had been with us for more than 30 years. I have struggled constantly every day and night not to forget the suffering, the misery of my siblings, because this is my obligation for the dead ones. However, at the same time, I have tried to forget that, because I also have the obligation for the survivors who are living with me. And the feelings that I have on both sides have been continuing for 34 years. And I could not separate these two feelings, or which side should I choose and forget the other one. Before this chamber, I strongly believe justice is being made and done. Up to today, I even have written a letter to Kaing Guek Eav requesting information regarding my brothers, but he said he did not know about that. And Mr. President, this Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, studied with my younger brother at the teacher training institution. And yesterday he acknowledged during the rebellion he was at Sisawat school with Jumnarat. And also this Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, met Jumnarat at the liberation zone in the Maki forest. And for Jum Sinaret at Skund, he was a professor there at Skund. And Jum Sinaret was not his teachers, as my parents lived in Skund. And because of his love for pure intellectuals who held, esteems the idealism, and he made frequent visits to his home. And he knew my brother clearly, but on the day he entered at 21, he said he did not know anything as he was busy working with his documents. He had no time to pay attention to him. As Duch said yesterday, if he were aware of Pungton that he would give him decent food, of course I would not believe this. And I would like to talk about another matter. This accused, Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, always states that he's only a subordinate and that he was not a major leader, and that he did only based on what he was ordered to do. And I keep thinking, if he only followed orders, how come we all say he is one of the most responsible? For example, he's the chairman of a prison, and the CPK only sends those people to his prison. And according to the policies, people will be killed at the prison. Why? Then why he's being in charge? Because we all believe that he is the most responsible, even, at least in my case, that is regarding the death of my brother's death and his family. And this is the core point, the essence or the gist of this tribunal. I would like to say that if the CPK policy was to kill them, then just follow the policy and there is no need to torture them. Or if confessions needs to be extracted, then just do so. But with torture, then as he said, the confession could not be true. And in David Chandler's testimony, according to the annotations made by Duch on those confessions, and that Duch could not sleep well during his tenure at the prison at S21. Or if that or if he disliked what he did, and that he could not eat at the end of the day. No, it's not like that. He enjoys doing what he did until when Von Wet entered in 78. He still did the same. On the third point, this accused, Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, compared himself to a fox in a poem by Alfred de Vigny entitled The Death of the Fox, or the wolf, corrects the interpreter. This poet was a 19th century famous person, and he was a former soldier. And of course the life of a soldier was mixed, both joy and sorrow. So he wrote a lot of poems regarding the lives of soldiers, and one of them was The Death of the Wolf. And he talks about a group of hunters together with like 10 or 20 dogs to try to kill the wolf. And there were 4 wolves, 1 male, 1 female, and 2 younger wolves. And when the wolves realized that they were being surrounded, they struggled their best to fight against the dogs. And the male wolf tries his best in order to defend the female wolves and their young wolves. And in the end, he died. The wolves died. And according to the poem, the wolf died without making any noise. And the morality of this poem was illustrated at the end of the poem, and Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, quoted that poem on the 31st of March 2009, if I am not mistaken, at around 4:30 p.m. toward the end of the proceeding on that day, while he was being questioned by his counsel Francois Roux. And this Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, recited that poem.
Et prier, c'est également lâche.
To pray or to think is equally cowardly. You must carry out your duty where fate has brought you, and you shall suffer and die without a word.
So what does it translate into the Khmer language? I apologize, I saw the president is talking to me. In the Khmer language, it means the person was moaning, crying, begging, and that we have to try to work, just carry on working according to our faith. And that I take the position of a wolf, and that I die without making any noise. And as I said, the accused recited the poem at 4:30 when he was questioned by his counsel Francois Roux. And after he finished reciting the poem, he left 2 or 3 minutes for him to be silent. And during that time, everything went dead. We could even hear the sound of a mosquito. There was one in the chamber at the time. And later on, Francois Roux said that he no longer have any question for these accused, Mr. President. And during the 3-minute time, everything was so moody, so quiet, and probably people would have a feeling of sorrow for this accused. This is a clever technique as they were playing before this chamber, and maybe they could join as a team to play theater in France. And if the accused compare himself to the wolf in the poem The Death of the Wolf, is actually just like a pretext or imposture in French. And it is the opportunity to grasp the good points as a brave person, or a stoic in French. And that he talked about people who thrived to work without thinking of the hardship, personal suffering, as those French soldiers who were sent to fight in the battlefield. So I personally would take into account the points that the accused want to say regarding the sacrifice, the selflessness, or the stoic in French. Because what bravery was it? For example, regarding the teacher Dum Sarun, that is his teacher, she entered at 21, and he knew. He knew that she was tortured and that she was dehumanized or degraded. He did not even raise his smallest finger to assist her. What brave was that? If people used to fight in combat together, or used to be together, then people would help each other. But he didn't even raise his small finger to assist. And compared to Hum Hoi had Sao Met. If we all recall, Sao Met had a younger sibling, Sam Hoi, who was arrested and sent to S21, and he said that Sao Met was an elder brother, but Hum Hoi told that younger brother not to say it and to keep it quiet, and Sao Met was transferred by Hum Hoi to another location. The President, I noticed the presence of the Defense Council. You may proceed.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. President. I believe that in order to preserve the serenity and dignity of this hearing, would you please, Mr. President, remind the civil party testifying at this time to please refocus his presentation and to speak to us. We understand that he is speaking to us of his suffering and the suffering of his family, but perhaps to try not to evoke the reactions of Mr. Kaing Guek Eav or of other persons perhaps who were also victims and who are not connected to his particular case either by blood or kinship.
The President, Councillor Stoczynski, you take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I only want to respond very briefly to the objection or request, better to say, of the defense, because, of course, this is what so far my client has elaborated on and presented here is part of the process of coping with the suffering, and of course is part of the story that he wants to tell this court. And therefore I request Mr. President to not to follow the request of the defense. Thank you.
The President. The Chamber has noted that the objection raised by the Defense Counsel is partly appropriate. Therefore, the Chamber would like to remind the civil party to control your emotion, and your statement should only focus on the facts, as the Chamber has informed you and given you the opportunity to do so. The Chamber, of course, acknowledges your emotions, your feeling, and the suffering which you have been bearing for so many years. And the Chamber tries not to interrupt your statement. And this is the part that the Chamber has done this morning. The main focus of our proceedings is to find justice. It is not the opportunity to make a revenge or to affront anybody, including the accused. The proceedings here is based on the law with respect to all the relevant principles and the human rights convention. In addition, the time allocation for your testimony is 2 hours, and the time has been spent greatly already. You may now continue to proceed with your statement by focusing on the relevant facts and your intention to be a civil party to this proceeding. You can tell the Chamber the reasons, your relations to the facts and the crimes alleged on the accused, Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, during the establishment and the operation of S21 under the DK regime from 17 April 1975 to the 6th of January 1979, which are the main reason for you to be a civil party. You can talk about your seeking of reparation or damage that you have received emotionally and physically. What you have stated so far is not that far from this point, but the Chamber would like you to only focus on the main points of you being here as a civil party before this Chamber. And this is not just for you. This has been done and directed at all the civil parties before the proceeding. You may now proceed. The civil party, Mr. President, your leadership of this Chamber by you is up to the international standard, and I understand that. The accused is not yet regarded as a convict if he is not found guilty by the Chamber. but we are the victims. We cannot accept that when the accused within this chamber says that the moaning, the crying, or the begging are the covert acts. 16,000 people died at Duch, and of course they would have cried, begged, wept. Can we say they were coward? So within this chamber, when he talked about these acts, he is just an imposter. The President, the Defense Council, you may proceed.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, pardonnez-moi à nous.
Yes, Mr. President, please forgive me for again interrupting the presentation of the civil party. I do not think that at any time on the bench of the defense we've noted that the accused had used the expression coward. Now, I'm certain that the civil party is entitled to say what they want and to share their suffering with us, and we are respectful of that. But we cannot make the accused say things that he has not said. We cannot put words in his mouth which he did not use.
The President. Let me now focus on the purpose of our proceedings, the civil party. The chamber, as you notice, has not tried to interrupt you and allows you to express the suffering. This is done for all the civil parties. But please try to refrain yourself and make your statement related to the facts. And it is your right to believed or to not believed the statement made by the accused. The proceedings before this chamber has been ongoing for several months, and in the end the chamber would consider all those information and evidence, and then we would issue a judgment which is fair and just, and which is acceptable by all the parties to the proceedings, including the civil party and the defense party. We will consider every aspect of the proceedings and the relevant document. And as I have just reminded you, your time is running out, so please focus only on the relevant facts. Please go on.
Mr. Chomsirat, I will conclude now, but before my conclusion, I would like to talk about the conversion of religion by Duch from Buddhism to Christian. In the Christianity, there was a Kaing, the person who was the important actor in the religion that who killed another person. And Kaing was monitored because the dead bodies, the eyes of the dead people kept following the person until he could never feel peaceful anymore. So he asked somebody to dig a pit and covered it with dirt. And Mr. The French writer wrote a French poem in French.
était dans la tombe.
When the grave was closed over him, the eye was in the grave and was watching Cain.
ភ្នែកនោះ
I'm sorry for the interpreter, say the civil party. So when he was buried in the tomb, his siblings' eyes could be seen follow him in the grave. So the eyes could even follow the dead body. I would like to ask the accused, now with the more than 12,000 people who perished during the regime, altogether they could be multiplied by 2, then they represent the eyes of the people altogether. There are 32,000 eyes who actually, the eyes that follow the accused each time of every day to seek his explanation. Now he converted the religion. In Christianity, his sin is forgiven for such a reason, but in Buddhism, those who commit goods receive good. However, I believe that the 32,000 pairs of eyes that are now following the accused, how could the accused himself escape? I don't believe he has any place to hide. Thank you.
The
President will take the adjournment now and resume at 10 to 11. The civil party, could you please be seated or take a break before we can resume the session? The greffier, all rise.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will hear the statement of a civil party. As per our schedule this morning, we will continue to hear the statement of Chum No. However, due to the change and the latest information we received from the AV unit, the scheduled hearing of the civil party U South Red, which is in the form of a video conferencing from France, is able to go ahead. Therefore, the hearing of the statement of Chum No will be delayed It will be held after we hear the video conferencing statement of civil party U Savret, which is scheduled at 1:30 this afternoon. We will now then proceed to hear the statement of civil party U Savret through a video conferencing from France. And the AV unit, please make sure that the system is functioning and is in order. And this civil party is a client of the civil party group 4. The President. Good afternoon, Mr. U Savret. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Question. Is your name U Savret? Response, yes. Question. How old are you this year?
Et 54 ans au mois d'octobre.
53 years old. I will be 54 in October of this year.
Question. What is your nationality? How come he switches? Mr. U Savret, what is your nationality?
Mr. President, I am a French national.
Question. Where is your place of birth?
Je suis né.
I was born in the province of Kampong Cham.
Question. Where is your current residence and what is your occupation?
I live at number 50 Rue Vincent Van Gogh, 78300 zip code at Plaisir in France. My profession is I am director of a department in a real estate network.
Question. Between April 1975 to the 7 January 79, where did you live?
I was in France.
Question. What is the name of your father? And is he still alive?
My father's name was U Kinsat, and he passed away in 1972.
Question. What is your mother's name? Is she still alive?
My mother's name is Sape Naisitoni, and she died in Cambodia. I do not know where, and I do not know what year she passed away.
Question. Mr. U Savrat, how many siblings do you have?
I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. My 2 brothers died in Cambodia. My elder brother the second is a sister whose name was U Chama, and she lives in France. A third brother who died in Cambodia between 1975 and 1979. One sister, whose name was U Nakbet, lives in France.
The President, the Chamber would like now to give the floor to the Civil Party Group 4 Council to make a brief statement on the identification of the Civil Party U Savrat, the reasons for him to be a civil party, and his relation and the request for reparations in connection to the crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch. For the facts of the establishment and operation of S21 during the period between 17 April 75 to the 6th of January 79, as well as other relevant evidence to support the request for reparation by the Civil Party U Savrat. You take the floor. Civil Party Council. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My client names U Savrat, who is now on a video conferencing from France, and the lady who is sitting beside him is Jessica, and the President already accept her participation through this video conferencing. She is the elder sister of U Win Di. He is the brother of U Win Di, and I would like to submit this document. One is the photo of the victim Win Di, who died at S21 or Tulsline prison. And with the President's leave, I would like to have the document projected on the slide. The President, the Chamber grants you the opportunity, and court officer, can you arrange to have the photo and documents projected on the slide? Hong Kong soon. I would like to take this opportunity to inform Mr. President and Your Honor that this 4-page document, which I now submit to the President and other parties to the proceedings, do not have any EIN number yet, because we have just found this document. And I would like to have this document as part of the case file with the President's leave. So the first page is the photo of Mr. U Windy, and the second page is my client, who is now on a video conferencing from France, and his name is U Salfred. And this is his ID card in French, and the same name appears, U Salfred, born on the 1st of October 1955, as seen on the slide. And the third page of the document is a birth certificate in French language of Mr. U Salfred. This document is in French. The father is U Kum San and the mother is Nai Sidoni. And this document has been certified in French with the seal. Let's now move to page 4 of the document. This document is also in French, and I believe this is a description of the 3 pages preceding this page. And I would like to have this 4-page document as part of the case file with the President's permission. I also would like to make a brief statement regarding my client's status. My client made a complaint. The President, can you pause now? And the defense counsel, what is your stance on the request to have this document as part of the case file?
Je souhaiterais savoir, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, since we have just seen a picture of Mr. U Vinti, I would like my colleague to indicate to us the provenance of that picture.
The President, the Council, can you provide us further information to clarify the photo and the documents that you have shown on the screen just then? This is also in response to the observation made by the Defense Counsel regarding the documents that you have just shown and that you like to have it as part of the case file. Counsel, thank you, Mr. President. In fact, this photo is not the one that I have researched by myself. U Salfred, my client, attests that this is his brother, and he gave this document to me. And if we want to talk about the authenticity or the source of this document, I would seek leave and to get that opportunity for my client U Savrat to shed light on this photo. And if it needs to be checked whether this photo was related to the victims at S21, then it means everyone who are the victims or who are the survivors or who are the relatives of those who died at S21 have to prove all those dead relatives, or it means that the DNA test has to be carried out. The President, the Defense Counsel, you have just heard the response from the civil party counsel regarding the 4-page document, and that he requests to have this document put before this chamber.
Defense has no objection, Mr. President, to the production of these documents. My question was related to the fact that we have just received communication of these documents, and the defense wanted to have additional details, particularly concerning the provenance of the first document, more specifically the picture.
The President, the chamber would like to declare that this document is admissible and can be placed in the case file. So the counsel for the civil party can proceed with his brief statement for that civil party. Hong Kam Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like now to continue to make a statement regarding my brief statement for my client, U Savret. The document EAN in Khmer 0027 4308 and this document is E2/31.4. It is a brief biography of U Win Di, which was made during the DK regime. Angka arrested him. This is a supporting document of Mr. U Win Di of his arrest before he was executed. Also, there is another attachment which is already part of the case file. I only pick up the document mentioning the name U Win Di. The document started from number 0027 42 65 2 0027 4314. These documents are part of the E2/31.4, which show the consistency of the victim U Win Di. It shows the siblings, kinship, and the in-law of Mr. U Win Di. In the document mentioning the name of Mr. U Windy, this document does not have any EN number, but it is already part of the case file, but I haven't found it yet, as I could not retrieve it from our database. Mr. President, the suffering or the various tortures inflicted upon U Windy, who is the younger brother of my client U Savret before he was executed, were done under the chairmanship of the accused Kaing Guek Eav during the DK regime. The suffering was immense. Therefore, the relative survivors, namely U Savret, would like to request the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia to seek for the truth for their relative who were executed by the senior leaders of the Democratic Cambodia, including the chairman of S21, namely Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, and we would like the chamber to find out the reasons for his arrest and execution. And I would like now for Mr. U Savret to make his statement with the President's leave. The President, Mr. U Savret, the Chamber would like now to give you the opportunity to make your statements regarding the events, the facts, and the relations to the crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, which have tremendous impact upon you. The sufferings that you received during the times of the establishment and operation of S21 in Phnom Penh, being from this 17 April 75 to the 6th of January 79, and which are the reasons for you to be a civil party to this case to seek reparation. And we would like you to tell the chamber the damages you suffer both physically and psychologically, and any suffering that you have received until today.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Chamber, I wish to speak in French because I have been away from Cambodia since 1973, when I left aged 18, and I fear that I would not be able to express myself adequately in the Khmer language and find the right words. Do I have your permission to do this, Mr. President?
The President, you are of course allowed to do that.
je vous remercie.
Thank you. One might have thought that due to my professional activity, which generally leads me to speak in public, I would have no difficulty in speaking before you today. However, I have so much expectations in relation to this trial that I am feeling very emotional today. Mr. President, who was my brother? What does he represent for me? What particular relationship did we have? And why do I miss him so? Who was my brother? He was a graduate of ENA, the National Administration School of Phnom Penh. He was on track for a brilliant career, and at 31 in 1975, he was an official at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, seconded to the cabinet of the Prime Minister, Mr. Lokboret. My brother was married, had 3 children. His disappearance was very painful, and when I see again His Excellency Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia, when I would meet him in Paris, we would often discuss my brother, because they were in fact in school together at the École Nationale d'Administration, and my brother would fetch him every morning to go to work. What does he represent for me, Mr. President? My brother was a brother of the kind that many would like to have. He was brilliant, he was seductive, he was always affectionate and attentive to his friends and colleagues. He was a model for me. I wanted to be like him, and I was very proud of my elder brother. What particular relationship did we have? As I told you a moment ago, we were a family of 5 children. He was the eldest, and I was the youngest. There were 11 years between us, which may seem a lot, but he was accessible, close to me. We had a great affinity, and often a glance was enough for us to understand one another. I was quite simply happy to be with him. Why do I miss him? In 1973, at 18, I had to go to France to pursue my studies. This was an age where the affinity and relations that one could have would even be stronger than usual. And at all stages of my life, I have missed him. And today, I still recall and miss all the moments spent with my brother. Then came 17 April 1975. I lived in terror of the fate that might befall him. At the end of 1979, I saw that his name was in the list of persons arrested in S21. From that moment on, I had two dates in my mind and thousands of questions. Two dates. 13 February 1976, which is the abruptly stated date that he was registered, and 23 January 1976, when he was executed. And so for 30 years now, I have been thinking of him every day. 30 years, 10,950 and some days and nights, trying to think about what happened inside the walls of S21. My suffering today is totally and intimately related to that of my brother's wife, the daughter of my brother, my two sisters living in France, and I cannot speak to the court without sharing with the court what they feel as well. Mr. President, I would like to read a few lines which were written by my niece and intended for you. I quote, "My name is Ukamela. My father, Uvindi, is one of the many victims of S21. I was 4 years old when my father was arrested, tortured, and executed. At 4 years old, I was too young to be fully aware of all the atrocities which my father was probably subjected to. When I was 4 years old, I was too young to realize that he was no longer among us. At 4, I was also too young to realize the degree to which the absence of a father would forge my future life. His absence left a cruel mark on my youth and my life as a woman. Not to have had a father standing beside me during the major events of my life has thoroughly wounded me. I would have wished him to be there to protect me when I needed protection. I would have given everything to see pride on his face when I graduated from high school with a baccalaureate, or when I succeeded in my exams and got my first job. I would have wanted to tell him the degree to which his sisters and his brother were great with us. I would have wanted to thank him for having made me the woman that I am today. According to my aunts and my uncle, my father was a great person, and I cannot conceive how anyone can be so cruel as to take the life of such a person. Quite simply, how can one summarily execute with no remorse, no scruples, another human being? I, daughter of a victim, I request that the punishment be commensurate with the crimes committed, with the suffering inflicted, and commensurate with the number of lives that the accused has taken away. On behalf of my father, I refuse to forgive, because to grant forgiveness comes down to saying that finally no serious crime was committed. To grant forgiveness boils down to admitting that the atrocities committed do not touch us so deeply. To grant forgiveness would mean to feel pity. But how can anyone feel pity for a man who has taken away so many lives? Did he have any pity for the women, the children, and the men he caused to be assassinated? On behalf of my father, I refuse to express the slightest amount of pity. On behalf of my father, I request that justice be handed down. This is the end of the letter of my niece, Mr. President. I speak here on behalf of my sister-in-law, my niece, and those relatives I have who are still living. I claim no financial reparation, no material relief. I would simply like to know what happened during the 97 days and throughout these 50 pages of confession. That is the reason why I applied to be a civil party. Indeed, my representations before this court is of a different nature. I seek moral redress. One person alone, my wife, was aware of my suffering during these 10,950 nights when I would wake up on a regular basis in a start, shouting and crying, unable to express my suffering in any other manner. Mr. President, like any Cambodian, modesty is required. Everyone internalizes feeling. The effort that I make before you today is very great, but it is a necessary effort. And for me, it is through this testimony that a certain form of reparation begins to be born. I know today that the accused, in the first place, but also the international community, taken as a whole, are aware of the horror that I had experienced, just like the thousands of families of victims of S-21. I visited S-21 for the first time in 1992. Absolute horror. I was frozen. At one point in one of the cells, I looked out. Beautiful weather, blue sky, sparrows singing, wonderful vegetation. And we were in an island of barbarity in the middle of an ocean of softness. How was it possible that such a massacre could occur in such a place? Far from the eyes, ignored by the entire world, the fate of innocent, defenseless people abandoned to pitiless killers. Then that day, I cried for injustice. Why did they do this? Why is it that the international community has forgotten us? Why is it that the international community did not believe from the outset the testimony that was coming out? Why did they not exercise their right to interfere, or their duty to interfere, correction, by applying as a civil party, Mr. President, I wanted to know what had happened inside the walls of S-21. This trial has shed some light for me, and we now know the very detail of the modus operandi that was practiced. Before this, I had an abstract vision of cells, of shackles, of instruments of torture, of posts. I saw pictures, pages filled with confessions. Now, for every one of these things, by watching and following this trial, I wanted to try to experience what he experienced, to share in my own way his suffering, his anxiety. I wanted to imagine the pain that one can feel when one is being beaten, when one's fingernails are being pulled, when one is submitted to electric shock, when you are being shackled. At every moment of life in Cambodia, when it's cold, I think of my brother. This unfortunate person who had nothing to protect him from the cold. When I was in Cambodia, when I was being stung by mosquitoes, I was thinking about my brother and all these unfortunate detainees who were attacked and who were stung and could not react. Thinking of the detail of all that they had to undergo. And I also think and thought of the rhythm of interrogation, of insults, illness, lack of sanitation, mental and physical degradation, and the deterioration which is forced upon you. A task consisting in total dehumanization. Mr. President, I thought that I had no more tears left in me. I thought that I had no more tears, but I realize I still have some. I continue to think about my brother, his 97 days of suffering, and he probably then also thought about his children and his wife. What would become of them? Would they have enough to feed themselves? Will they be harmed? Because when he was arrested, he asked his younger sister to watch over his children. One of the last words he uttered then, perhaps he had already understood then that he would not be returning. Before asking a few questions from the accused, 2 questions to be precise, I cannot but recount to you a brief episode that occurred when I returned for the first time to Cambodia in 1992. One evening at a friend's, there was a young woman who had the ability to communicate with the spirits, and I spoke to her about my brother. And she entered into a relationship with him, and we Cambodians, we believe in this sort of thing. I don't know how to define it. And the young woman told me this, and she was communicating with my brother. She said he is sad and terrorized. He had suffered a great deal in the world of humans. He had suffered great pain during his life on earth, and he did not wish to reincarnate. He said that he was very much afraid, and his soul sought refuge in a pagoda, and said that he had placed himself under the protection of a monk. The young woman told me the name of the pagoda. I was totally upset, and what I heard that evening will always remain seared in my memory. The next day, I went to the pagoda with my sister, and we organized a ceremony. Oddly, inside of the pagoda, I was continuously looking up, and I could see the ceiling and wished to perceive the soul of my brother which was there. And I tell myself that every time I enter a pagoda, I will look at the ceiling, because perhaps it is the case that my brother is not the only one who sought refuge in a pagoda and refuses to reincarnate and instead seeks the protection of Buddha. Now, my niece today is pregnant, and when the child is born, together we will go to the pagoda and present to him his grandchild. Question for the accused, Mr. President. First question. Concerning the list of prisoners of S-21, between 1975 and 1979, document ERN 00171-639. I repeat, 639. The date of entry in S-21, which is mentioned, is 13 February 1976. But in his confession, the biographical note of my brother, considered to be a member of the CIA, is dated 23 January 1976. This is document ERN 00274-282. So there is a gap of more than 20 days between the two dates. What date should be retained, and how can the accused explain this discrepancy between the two dates? Second question, Mr. President. The accused has previously answered this question and stated that the prisoners were almost systematically subjected to torture prior to confessing. But when I read the confession of my brother, his handwriting is so strong and so harmonious that I cannot believe that he might have been able to write in this way under torture. Does the accused have any explanation with regard to my observation? Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, the Chamber accepts the request of questioning by the civil party, and the Chamber would like the accused to respond to the civil party question. First, answer the first question and then proceed to the second question. And if the accused is unclear on any question, you can ask for verification so that the civil party can verify it. the accused, Mr. President. I think it's going to take time if I have to ask the civil party in client. Probably I would like to ask you. He mentioned that the brother entered in SNA1 in February, but then the confession was in January.
avez pris pour moi.
Mais là, le problème, c'est qu'il y a clairement des gens qui parlent, mais on n'entend pas, parce qu'ils auraient dit une fin de suspension.
The President. Let me now continue. The accused, would you wish to ask the civil party regarding the entry date of U Win Day? Is that correct? And also the date of the confession of that person, which was done at S21. Is this what you intend to do? The Defense Counsel, you may proceed.
Ms. Canizares, yes, Mr. President, the civil party spoke about a confession in which the date of January 23rd, 1976 appears. Would it be possible, Mr. President, therefore, that the document be displayed, and in particular the particular page on which the date of January 23rd, 1976 appears?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I can show this document, says the civil party in Paris.
The President, Mr. Civil Party, can you inform the chamber again the document indicating the arrest of U Win Day and taken to S21 office? What are the dates of the entry, etc., and what is the EIN or document number of that document? That is number one. And number two, can you provide additional information on the date of the interrogation or the date of the confession of U Win Day at S21?
The civil party, yes, Mr. President. So regarding the list, the prisoner list of at S21 between 1975 and 1979, now regarding February 1976 in this list, it is document ERN 00171-639. Now, regarding the biography, the biographical note, which is therefore dated January 23rd, 1976, the confession, it is document ERN 00 274 282.
The President, the AV officer, can you show two documents on the screen? The first one is the Khmer document with the EAN 00171639 on the screen. The President U Windy is on the number 159 from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Lavia Am.
Khơi ngay không? Này về. Vì ai?
The President Court Officer, can you take that document off the screen and now project another document on the screen? The document is the confession with EIN number 00274282.
មើលថ្ងៃខាងក្រោមថ្ងៃបរិច្ឆេទនៃ
The President, can you move down to the bottom part of the document? We wish to see the date of the confession.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, may I continue?
The President, Mr. Civil Party, can you hold on for a minute or so? Let the accused read the document first, so he can ascertain the date of the confession, so that he can respond to your question.
បង្វិលរហូតដល់កលប្រវត្តិនៃការចុះការបរិច្ឆេទថ្ងៃ
The President, let me move down to the date of the interrogation.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, the note, the confession dated January 23rd, 1976, corrects the interpreter. The date is at the very bottom of the page. I saw it go by, in fact. But during the digitization, it seems that it was half erased. So I suggest that we show the document that was translated into French and that is indexed at ERN 00274 241. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, Court Officer, can you show the document in French with the EN number 00274241?
ទៅទំព័រចុងក្រោយដើម្បី
The President, can you move down to the bottom of the page in order to show the date of the confession?
ជនជាប់ចោទ
The President, the accused, before you respond to the civil party questions, do you have any other matters that you need to seek verification first? Or do you prefer to have the confession in Khmer language to be shown? As you can see on the screen, the date is the 23rd of January 1976, and this is a French translation of that confession.
The accused. Mr. President, first I thought that I could not catch up what I heard, but I already made the correct note. I would like to reiterate that the person entered on the February of 1976, but I was surprised because I heard that the confession was on January of 1976. That's why I keep saying that the list of the entry or the entry list of S21 is not always accurate or regular, because I already talked to Judge Marcel Lemond, and when he asked Susti about the entry date, and I told them that actually the important people were put at the special prisons, and that's why the date of entry would be different. And I, in my response to Madame Pengut Sontiri, that the date of entry cannot be clear, and we cannot really rely on the date of the entry. And when it comes to the matter of Mr. Bundy, I think the date of his confession is precise, but the Khmer printing is not clear. But in French, it is clear that it is the 23rd of January 1976. And I would like to now state again that the date of entry is not clear, but the date in which the confession was taken is more accurate. And I would like to also indicate that any detainee who was sent to S21 had to be tortured. And I would like to guarantee that torture cannot be avoided. And I can really be pretty sure that only one person who did not receive torture, it was Khoi Tuan. And I think when Mr. Saurat said that because the clean writing of the confession proved that his brother would not be tortured, I think his assumption is somehow plausible. The President, Mr. U Saurat, have you already received the response of the accused in relation to your question?
Mr. President, I would like to be sure that I understood the answer of the accused fully. Did he say that my brother had not been tortured, apparently?
The President, the accused, could you please emphasize or verify the response so that the civil party can be sure of your information? The accused, Mr. President, it is difficult for me to tell him at this moment, because if I reassure Mr. Savret that the torture would not be used at S21, then I would be considered as trying to evade responding to the right question, to the right response. And I don't want to take this opportunity to accuse myself from the crimes alleged against me and by the civil parties, accused against me by the civil parties. So because I am not precise at each matter like that, I just would like to reiterate that the tortures were employed only when it was not avoided. And interrogators had different nature. Some would resort to tortures quickly, some would not be quick to employ tortures. So I am not here to actually please you by way of saying that torture was not employed against your brother, but I just this is the response that I already made. That's all, Mr. President. The President, we would like now to give the floor to the civil party lawyers to put questions or to seek further clarification from the civil party if the lawyer so wish. Mr. Hong Kam Soon, you take the floor. Mr. Hong Kam Soon, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. U Savret. I would like to put a few questions to you, just the point for clarification.
Good afternoon. I am full ears.
Council, thank you very much, Mr. U Savret, and thank you, Miss Jessica, for her liaison during this video conference. My question is now referred to Mr. U Wandi, the case of Mr. U Wandi, and the accused already made it clear that the document in relation to the entry of Mr. U Wandi to S21 is not clear. So before the Khmer Rouge Angkar sent U Wen Di to S21 and the document with ERN 00274288 or another document E2/31.4 in Khmer. It reads on the last page of the document that on the 25th of October, here is a referral number from the previous date, which is 1975. So on the 25th of October 1975, the committee of the Songkat arrested all of us and sent us to the district office. So the Angka made arrest of about 10 people alongside Mr. U Wen Di. So among the people, did you know that other people, including the in-laws and relatives, were also sent to S21?
Yes, indeed, Council. My brother was part of the same group as Longarangsi because our families knew each other, we were neighbors, and indeed they were arrested within a few months from each other. There was Chulongransi, Lim Kimari, Mr. Sun Kaset, my brother, and other people.
Mr. Hong Kam Soon, thank you, Mr. U Savret and Miss Jessica Finel. Mr. U Savret, Mr. U Wen Di was arrested along with the other people. Did you know that when the Khmer Rouge arrested your brother on the 25th of October 1975, before they were sent to S21, were they tortured back then?
Response: I cannot answer you. I do not know exactly what happened before the 13th of February 1976.
Mr. Hong Kam Soon, thank you. This is the last question. You have already expressed your suffering and for the last more than 30 years. And personally, for you and the suffering that have been endured by the family of Mr. U Wen Di have been tremendous. So, in light of this suffering, and apart from the search for justice for the dead people, do you think you are ready to forgive the accused since he has already expressed his remorsefulness and a request for forgiveness.
Response. Regarding this remorse and this request to be forgiven on the part of the accused, and on behalf of my entire family, I must say we will not forgive, because forgiveness is beyond the death camps. And today all that remains is despair. So the answer is clear. There will be no forgiveness from my side.
Council, thank you, Mr. Usavret. Finally, I would like to ask you whether you would like to make any requests or put any questions beside what have been asked already in the court.
Response. We have no further questions.
Mr. Hong Kam Soon, thank you, Mr. Usavret and Ms. Jessica Finnell for responding to our questions. Mr. President, I have no further questions. The President, the AV unit, could you please make sure that the new DVD is replaced, and please let us know when it is done, then we can proceed further with the remaining of the hearing.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I would like to thank you and I would like to take a few more seconds of your time and to
The President, of course, we still want to hear more from you because the prosecutors have not put a question to you yet, and that we will give the floor to the accused to make his observation along with the defense counsel, and we will grant you the opportunity to express your final remark after this. The President, next the co-prosecutors, would you wish to put any questions to Mr. Usavret?
Mr. Desmail, thank you, Mr. President. I have one or two questions to put to Mr. Usavret regarding what he told us earlier on, because there are one or two periods here which he did not speak about regarding his brother. And Mr. Usavret, did you know, I know that you were far away, but did your family know where your brother was between April and October 1975? You said that he had worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and that he had been detached to the offices of the Prime Minister up until 1975. So therefore, what happened as of April? Was he evacuated, or did he remain in Phnom Penh? Thank you.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Co-Prosecutor. After the 17th of April 1975, my brother as well as 10 family members were evacuated as everyone else living in Phnom Penh. How did I know that he was arrested and detained at S21? As I said during my testimony, I learned this when my sister-in-law arrived from the refugee camps in Thailand, and a little while afterwards I saw this prisoners list that was displayed. So between 1975 and 1979 I had absolutely no news from my family. Mr. Desmait, I have one extra question only. You said earlier on that your brother, when he was arrested, passed on the message to his sister and asking her to take care of her family. Can you tell us a little bit more about the circumstances surrounding this arrest? Where did it take place, and do you know why he was arrested? Was it because he had been identified as being a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before 1975, or was it for another reason? Thank you. I believe that we have to connect here the history of my brother with his arrest, the personal and to connect us with the history of Chulong Ransi, because they were part of the same group. They were in the same village. And since we were part of the same family and of the same social milieu, everyone was suspected. So maybe after having arrested Chulong Ransi, the district leader maybe wanted to finish his job, so to say. Thank you very much. I didn't quite capture your answer earlier on. Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
President. Next, we would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to Mr. U Savret if they so wish.
Defense has no questions for the civil party, Mr. President.
The President. Then we would like to give the floor to the accused to make his observation in relation to the substance of the deposition of Mr. U Savret. The accused. Mr. President, I have no specific further observation to make at this moment. And that's all, Mr. President. Thank you. The President, Mr. U Savret, the proceeding to hear your statement through the remote participation via the video conference, which is the first practice, has already come to an end. And we have just heard that you would wish to make your final remark from that end to the courtroom. So you are now granted this final moment to express your remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wish to thank the court for having allowed me to make this belated testimony, thanks to the work of the Civil Parties Group, and I wish to thank the team of the Tribunal of Versailles, which made it possible to organize this conference. And I would like to reiterate my thanks, my heartfelt thanks on behalf of my family to the chair of the Bar of Paris, who made it possible to enable me to take part in this trial and to cover some of the expenditure, and Maître Ramsu, Maître Finel, and Maître Finul, who and all counsel for the civil parties, whom I wish to take this opportunity to thank today. Thank you once again, Mr. President and distinguished members of the court.
The President, the hearing of the statement of the civil party U Savret has now come to the end. We still have another civil party who has already started providing us with the brief statement of hers already, and since we still have some appropriate time for her to finish her statement, so it is now appropriate for her to be invited to share her account. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, Mr. President, I believe that Mr. U Savret probably has not learned that his statement has come to an end, because I could hear conversation. The President, Mr. U Savret, we would like to reiterate that the hearing of your deposition has already come to an end, and that we are going to disconnect our conversation now. The President, Madame Chum Nữ, you may now proceed to tell the court about the damages and the suffering you have had during the period from 1975 to 1979, and that you have joined as a civil party to seek civil reparation from the accused, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, the accused in this case file. So it is now the opportunity for you to express this before the chamber. You take the floor.
Civil Party, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. With your permission, can I make my statement starting from 1970? The President, the Chamber grants you the opportunity, but it should be brief. Your main focus is for the period between 75 and 79 in connection with S21 regarding your family members or yourself at S24. That is the main content of your statement, and of course you can start from 1970, a brief summary of that event, and later on your suffering during the decay period. Civil Party, thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I would like to thank the chamber, the trial chamber of the ECCC. I would like to start my statement as follows. In 1970, my family lived in the Prevang provincial town. We were rice farmers. Also in 1970, after the 18 March event, that is after the coup d'etat to overthrow Sihanouk, I was still in the Prevang provincial town. Later on during the year, there was a fighting in the provincial town, and after the second round of fighting, my family moved from the towns to the liberated zone, which is the native village of my mother, in Predusay village, Duch sub-district, Prevang province. In 1971, my family, my siblings and myself voluntarily agreed to join the revolution movement of the Khmer Rouge. At that time, I was given a position as a chairwoman of the village. In 1972, I rose to be the chairwoman of the Klang sub-district, and in 1973, Angka assigned me to be a combatant of the Prevang sub-district. There was only one platoon at that time to serve the battlefield, to transport food supply and ammunition to the battlefield. I was at the battlefront with the combatants. Although I did not engage in attack, I only supplied ammunition and food. Later on in 1974, Angka recruited me and assigned me to be a female combatant of the East Zone. During the time, I became a female combatant of the East Zone. The fighting activities were not that active. I received military training and strategic training at the Saw 200 school or S200 school. That school is a place where people were trained to be ready as soldiers, or in Khmer, Slo Pul. We were trained in military techniques for 4 months. Then Phnom Penh fell. That was 17 April 1975. After the fall of Phnom Penh, that is 17 April 75, I cannot recall the exact period of months, but 2 or 3 months later, Angka transferred me to Phnom Penh, to the logistics unit of the general staff of the center, and my assignment was to guard the ammunition warehouse. I was part of the unit S80, which is located somewhere near the vicinity of Duch. We were assigned to collect the war spoils, ammunitions. Some ammunitions were imported through the Sihanoukville port or from Vietnam border through Crochet province, and I was stationed in Phnom Penh to receive those ammunitions and to then place them properly in the warehouse. During my time working in that ammunition warehouse, some of the ammunitions were placed in some concrete houses from the Antrak TV High School to the Duch. The TV tower and extending to the vicinity near Pu Chin Tong. They were all houses to have the ammunition. Later on, Angka organized my marriage within the same unit. My husband was a combatant from the same unit. However, before he was transferred to the S80 unit, he was at the Division 310 in Kampong Cham. Later on the 9th of August, my husband was taken to S21, and 3 days after his arrest, I was arrested. That was in the same month, in 1977. I quote the date from the documents that I obtained because I personally cannot recall the dates. And I would like to tell the Chamber and the President that before my husband and I left the S80 unit from the General Staff, my husband was first taken to the vicinity near Wat Kam San or Kam San Pagoda near Chaba Ampu. I was still being hospitalized at that time due to my 4-month pregnancy, and I had a morning sickness, so my husband was sent first. After I recovered, though not fully recovered, but I gained some strength, And because I missed my husband so much, I sought permission to leave the hospital. I was not allowed to return to SAT unit. I was instructed to stay there for the moment, and then I was brought some clothes, and I was told that I would be taken to see my husband, and indeed, yes, I was taken to see my husband near the Kamsan Pagoda in Jabal, where we grew vegetable to supplies to our unit. About a little bit more than 1 month later, we were not mistreated or anything. That place was probably the place where they tempered us. Later on, my husband was arrested. Hong Kong soon, Mr. President, with your leave, I would like to have the psychological counselor to sit next to my client. The President, yes, the chamber agrees. Civil party. On the 9th of August 77, I farewell my husband, and he was put onto a truck together with about 10 other people. I packed his belongings, and probably he knew something was going on, but he told me that he would not run away. 3 days later, I was arrested. In the beginning, I did not realize that my husband was taken to S21. I only learned of the word tampering at the time. When they arrested me, another person was also arrested. Chai Bun Thun. The person came from Swai Rieng, and I'm not sure whether the person is still alive or not. He also was at the logistics department of the general staff, repairing weapons. I was taken in a car, although I could not recognize the particular of the car or the model of the car. I was taken to the psychiatric hospital in Breitnaut. I knew that hospital because before my arrest, I used to collect ammunition from that hospital. However, I did not know that that hospital was used as a tampering place for S-21. In the late afternoon, around 3 p.m., I was walked from that office to Stung Chiro, crossing a village next to a river. While I was walking, I recognized the Kroper Ha Pagoda. And when I reached Stung Chiro, I realized it was a tampering place because I knew a person, Wat. He was from a company of the logistics. He was accused of being a CIA and he was sent to S-21 for tampering. Upon recognizing him, I learned that I now was sent for tampering. At that location, at that time, they did not work in the rice fields yet. They grew other vegetables, and there was another group raising poultry and ducks, and growing other types of vegetables. I could not go and work with the rest of the group. It's because I still hate morning sickness, as I was not fully recovered and I could not eat anything or I would vomit. And the second reason that I could not go to work with the rest of the group because one of my hand was handicapped and I could not hold the hoe, and I was so skinny already. In addition to the morning sickness that I received, even when I drank water, I still threw up. I kept throwing out and I could not eat anything except a little rice with some grains of salt and nothing else besides that. And I was lucky as I knew that person Wat, so Wat gave me some grains of salt to help me to eat with the rice. During the time that I was at Stung Chiro, I stayed there from my 5-month pregnancy until the day I delivered my baby. I have never talked about this experience. Only today is the time that I speak out. Even if I was in the full term, I was still ordered to cut firewood, to carry water, and I slept at the river bank. And then I was bleeding, and by seeing that, they stopped using me to carry water. There was a midwife, Thai, who was also in that location. She was skillful and she looked after me. She took care of me. Those people who stayed there asked her whether I was able to survive, and the midwife said yes. So the midwife looked after me until the day I delivered my baby. The person, Chai Bun Thun, who also delivered a baby a month before me, helped giving me some assistance. So we took turns to take care of each other during that period of time. I could not recall the exact date of my baby delivery, and about a month or so after that, I was sent to Preso, or S24, corrects the interpreter, which is a branch of S21. I was transferred up and down, and when I walked to S24, I had to walk across Stung Prechru and Prechnaut. It was quite a long distance. One of my hands was handicapped, and I had to cradle my young baby as well. I had to stop for so many times. I had to walk. There was no transportation. I had to walk across the open field, the rice fields. I could not recall how long I was at Preso. I could not do any transplanting of the seedlings yet at the time, as I was weak and my hand was still hurt. Later on, I was either sent to Baku or Stung Chru, if I could not recall correctly. I was asked to do and worked in the rice fields. In the beginning, I could not do it, so I was assigned to look after the children. So during the time that I looked after the children, I looked after about 4 to 5 children. And of course, naturally, we paid more attention to our children. It was difficult for me to look after those children. And later on, when I could work in a rice field, that is 2 or 3 months later, I was assigned to work in a rice field. Although my hand was still a little numb, I could hold the seedlings. I could still recall the moment, and I could only breastfeed my baby 1 time per day during the break at noon. Later on, the infant of my friend, Chai Bun Thun, became sick, and that baby died. On the night the baby died, my friend Chai Bun Thun dare not tell anybody, so she slept hugging the dead baby until the next morning. Then she told the people in charge there that her baby died. Actually, the baby was a girl and my baby was a boy. So in the morning, when she told the people in charge, the baby was taken and buried near the banana forestation nearby. 5 or 6 days later, my baby became sick. During that time, I told them my baby had a fever and she needed to look after. I told the caretaker and I went off to work in the rice fields. In the evening, when I returned, I was told that my baby was sent to a hospital in Phnom Penh. I was speechless, as I was not allowed to go. 2 days later, a car came and I was told that I would go to see my baby. I was so happy because during the 2 days that my baby was not with me, I had to get rid of the milk from my breast. So I was happy when I was told that I would be taken to see my baby. On the contrary, I went to see the baby and I breastfed her, but only an hour later my baby died. I believe it was an overlapping of a missile that he received, corrects the interpreter. During the time that I was tempered at S24, a branch of S21, we had to follow the instructions, the orders that were given to us. After the death of my baby, I requested permission to go back to work in a rice field because I did not know what else I could do at the hospital where my baby died. At that time, my baby was about 7 or 8 months old as I delivered the baby in January, and the transplanting season was somewhere around August. Upon my return, the unit K14 was only for the married people. So those people who also had children were put into that unit. Upon my return, there was an announcement that I was a CIA, so nobody dared to talk to me. I tried to ask my friends what's going on. Nobody said anything. I tried to temper my feeling to give in to them. I pretend to be a person like a crazy person and not to show my discontent with their behavior and just try to go along with the group. In 1978, it was the year that the flood was huge. It was historical. The dam at Baku was broken and the rice fields was overflowed.
ពិនិត្យទៀងទាត់នៅជាមួយនឹងខាងបកប្រែមើលតើមិនបានអត់មានការបកប្រែភាសាគុំបាននិយាយលើអត់មានការបកប្រែមន្ត្រីតុលាការต้องរួលជាមួយនឹងអ្នកបច្ចេកទេសដើម្បីទៀងទាត់អំពីបច្ចេកទេសនៃការបកប្រែភាសានេះ
microphone is open.
Oh, and any other language? Outgoing tracks are all.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. The chamber would like now to give the floor to Councillor Stotunsky, who is representing this civil party, to put additional questions to her client if she so wishes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, for having the opportunity to ask my client, Mr. Jum Surat. But before I do this, I only would like to ask the President or the Chamber to get in future events of any objections of the defense or other parties to our clients, that we get the right to be heard, because I tried to respond at the second time and could not respond anymore to the intervention by the Defense Council. And only to clarify that the English word coward is has in the French translation the word lâche. That is the word that is used in this poem and that was quoted by the accused. I would like to present now some photos to my client, and that he could explain. These are photos of his brothers and also of his sister-in-law, and I would like to ask Mr. President to direct the court officials to put them here on the screen so that he can explain and elaborate on these photos.
The President, court officer, can you arrange to have the photos shown on the screen?
Mr. President, I would like to give my client the floor and to comment on these photos to be shown and to explain these photos and where they are from and when they are taken, and without to interrupt him, to elaborate on all these photos that should be presented. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Jum Sirat, you can now proceed with the photo description. Jum Sirat. This is a photo of my youngest brother, Jum Si Naret, a medical student in his second year. This photo was taken by a friend of mine and given it to me. This is the photo of Jum Si Naret, who at the time did not yet fall into the hands of the torturers clique of Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch. Civil Party. This is the photo of Sinaret and Naret on the right hand side is Sinaret and on the left is Jum Naret. The photo was taken during the cremation ceremony of my mother. That was 17 days before Naret went to the Naki forest as I described earlier. These two were very close to one another. Civil Party. This is Kum Sawanari, alias Dawn. I had never met her. She was my younger sister-in-law. With the President's leave, I would like to appeal to anyone who can recognize Kum Sawanari, alias Dawn, the wife of Jum Naret, who entered Tulsline prison with Jum Naret with a young infant. Please contact me. I can be contacted by the victims unit of this tribunal. The President, can you zoom out to show the content of that document? Stop at that place, and can you move a little bit further up? Move to the end of the document. You can now take the document off.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to ask my client, Mr. Jum Sirat, now one question, and that is the following. I would like to know and that you explain here in this courtroom. What do you think and how do you cope with the excuses of the accused and what it means for you?
Civil party. In the beginning, when I heard the apology made by the accused, I was happy. I thought at least amongst the leaders of the democratic Cambodia, one was brave to acknowledge. I want to believe it, to believe the apology by the accused, but the longer I have participated in the proceedings, the feeling of trying to believe dissipated. I believed it is not genuine. And why do I say that? On the 31st of March 2009, the accused made a famous statement, and I quote what he said from the transcript. As follows: at present, I am remorseful and I feel shameful. As a person who bears the responsibility and the guilt for the Cambodian people as a whole. And then he continues, I quote, in order to comfort myself, I prayed for forgiveness. First, I seek forgiveness from my parents, then my mentor, and I pray for forgiveness from the Cambodian people. On the 17th November annually, that was my date of birth, and I would make a small ceremony to pray. In the statement made by the accused, he prayed, but he did not pray for the souls of those who died to rest in peace. He prayed in order to make himself feel better. And I tried to find a way to comfort myself. That is, I pray on my birthday, 17 November. And on the 9th of July 2009, under the questioning by Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, the Civil Party Counsel for Jinmate, he asked the accused whether the accused is responsible emotionally for the suffering inflicted upon Jinmate. And I will quote his speech from the transcript. Mr. Counsel, regarding the case of Comrade Mate, I am not responsible emotionally, but I am fully responsible before the law, and this is my response. And that, unquote. And regarding my brothers, the accused knew them very well. He wrote me a letter in response, and I was so glad to receive it. But he said he did not see them, and if he even did see them, he would not be able to assist them because they were ordered by Angka. He said he didn't know anything about this. So that's why I said his expression is not genuine. And if Mr. President and your honors think that my speech, my statement here is biased towards the accused, I would like the chamber to please look at the report of the psychological doctor dated the 8th of April 2008. This psychological doctor named Sironie Guilbeault Francois The President, Judge Lavenge, you take the floor.
It seems to me to be important to interrupt the civil party because this is an expert we will be hearing later on. Therefore, it seems to me impossible at this stage of the debate, having not heard the expert, it seems to me not possible to quote what the expert has written in his report. Yes, Your Honor.
The civil party, thank you. There is no need then for me to talk about my third point. However, the next 3 points will show that his apology is not genuine. Therefore, on behalf of my late brothers, Chum Si Naret, Chum Naret, Kum Savanari, alias Dawn, and my nephew, I would like to declare before this chamber that I will not be able to accept this ungenuine apology. I am here before this chamber to ask for justice. And this justice cannot be separated from the truth. I haven't received justice for over 34 years now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have no further questions to Mr. Jum Sirat, but I would like to thank you very much for coming and appearing here before the chamber and contributing here and undertaking all these efforts to preserve the memory and to respond to the behavior or the defense of the accused and to contribute here to these proceedings. Thank you very much.
The President, the Chamber would like now to give the opportunity to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this civil party if they so wish.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Desmac. Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, thank you for your courageous statement. It seemed in your statement that you were insisting a great deal on the elements of information that you were able to obtain thanks to your research concerning your brother Nareth and his wife. However, with regard to your brother Sinareth, I was wondering whether you could supply us with information regarding whatever details you may have received concerning his arrest, when, why, who arrested him. Was that arrest linked to the arrest of your other brother Nareth? So what did you learn through your research in regard to this? Of course, this is only if you were able to obtain this information, which is notoriously difficult to obtain.
Jumzirat. Regarding my younger brother, Jumsi Nared, although I have tried my best to do his research, I could not find any more information except the photo that was given to me by my friend who took it from S21. I went to S21 in October 93. I saw his name on the list with no dates for the entry and the exit, and it's the same for Kumso Wanari. And I had hope, and I also suppose that the day Phnom Penh fell on the 17th April 1975, Sinaret was in Phnom Penh because I received a letter from him when the French left Phnom Penh. And when they left, it was toward the end of April, and my brother was still in Phnom Penh. And Cambodian people were evacuated from Phnom Penh on the 17th April. And from what I received from Pich Kum Lum Kun, who was a pilot who dropped bombs at the residence of Lun Nol in 73, he then fled to the liberated zone in Krocheh province. And after the liberation of 17 April 75, he returned, and he was a helicopter pilot for the DK government. Later on, he stole that helicopter and flew away to U Tapao in Thailand. And then he sought refuge there. And I met him in 1978 in Oslo. There was an organization to hold a meeting for those people who fled from Cambodia. It was held in April 1978. At that time, there were about 20 refugees and some experts. Jean Lacouture, a famous journalist, Francois Ponceau, an author of the book Cambodia Year Zero, Robert Hapman, and myself. I was an interpreter at the time. I was not an expert. And Pich Lum Kun was there by invitation, and he knew my brother as he was with Hunam. And Pich Kum Hun also went to the forest with Hunam. That's why I learned of my brother whereabouts in April in 1975 in Phnom Penh. And through my research, He was detained in Phnom Penh in S21 on the 29th October 76. And I believe that the two of them would meet before their demise at S21.
Est-ce que le fait que les
Vincent Ismail, can we say that the motive for the arrest of your younger brother remaining undefined or undetermined is a supplementary cause for suffering for you today, since you do not know why he was arrested or why he was executed subsequently?
Jum Sirat. It is beyond my imagination. Sinaret was a youth, a student. He did not involved in politics. And I am sure he was arrested because he was the younger brother of Sinaret. And like Savannah Nari alias Dawn, she was arrested because she was the wife of my brother. I personally had a regret because I had a plan to migrate them to Geneva, but because of my misjudgment, I thought it was okay. The situation at the time was okay. We would serve any government. We would try to build our country. We are all Cambodians. Everybody had the same idea. And that's the reason several and a lot of intellectuals, professors, engineers died due to this notion of same Cambodian. And this is my response, Mr. Co-Prosecutor.
Je n'ai plus d'autres questions.
The Co-Prosecutor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chomsira.
Dear President, the Chamber would like now to give the floor to the Defense Counsel if they have any questions to be put to this civil party.
The defense. Mr. President, the defense have no questions for the civil party. We wish only to formulate an observation. As was the case for Mr. Funton at the request of Mrs. Bonsuntari, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav has made written comments in reply to the questions of Mr. Sumsirat concerning the members of his family who died in S21. This document, which has already been filed and has the reference E2/19, correction of the defense, E3/19 and ERN code Khmer 0024301002413, French reference 0024314, 0020432, and English 00208746002085758.
The President, the civil party, do you have any comments you wish to make regarding the Defense Council's observation? The civil party, thank you, Mr. President. The defense counsel said Kaing Guek Eav gave me a letter in response to my question, and yes, I received that letter and I already informed the chamber. In that letter, he said he knew my two brothers. What I really wanted to know from him was that how my brothers died and where. I know Narat died at Tulslain because he died on the 1st of January 77. At that time, I believe Kaing Guek was not yet in existence. And what I want to know about my other two brother and in-law, how long had they stayed in S21, like in the case of Phung Thon? Was it 7 months? Was it 10 months? That's what I want to know. I knew that he already knew my brothers. But whoever he, and if he wanted to apologize, that is his right. And of course, like I said, it's not genuine. I wanted to know the circumstances of the death of my brothers. And I don't want him to, or the council to rest this useless document. The president. He also gave his written response to the daughter of Mr. Phung Thon yesterday. And the accused said he will try to do further research to fulfill the response of the daughter of Phung Thon, and that he already received the letter regarding Phung Thon's daughter's request. And in your case, the chamber will provide you a separate opportunity. And here, the defense counsel does not talk about your case. The civil party. My apology, Mr. President. If this is the case involved, the Phung Thon's daughters and mother and wife, I don't understand. The president. The defense counsel said she did not have any questions to be put to you, but she wished to make an observation. Like in the case that this morning, some counsels provided the chamber with some information, and this is the procedure we practice in this chamber.
Next, the chamber would like to give the floor to the accused to make his observation in response to the statement by Mr. Chum Sirat. The chamber would like to inform the accused again that this is your right to respond to the statement by the civil party, or you can elect not to do so by way of exercising your right to remain silent. The floor is yours. The accused. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate that first, the friends, the old friends who were arrested and detained at S21 were numerous. There was another friend who was senior, the historical professor at the Skun Lycée, who was arrested and sent there at the very beginning. I did not know he was being sent to the location. I only learned of it later. So regarding the friends I once worked with, I loved and liked, I had to really get away from them. I did not want to face the challenge, and that's why I said I betrayed friends and colleagues. So Chum Sinaret and Chum Narat were among the friends that I had to pretend not to see them because I did not dare face them. Just wanted to escape from seeing them because everyone who was arrested was regarded as enemy. And when you said about the eyes of the more than 32,000 dead body, I really realized this matter. Because of this matter, recently I made it clear that I accept everything said by the civil party, and I'm ready to be pointed the fingers at me by civil party. They can punish me to the certain extent, degree of punishment they would wish to do so, and I'm happy to do that. I will receive this kind of criticism and kind of punishment with a smile. I don't deny, because I am very sincere now, and I'm honest to reveal the truth that I am sympathetic and really remorseful for the lost souls. And I don't want to recall this matter because I have made it in several occasions already. Genuinely, I do not really have any sense of vengeance to contest what you made before the court, and I honestly accept all the statements you made. However, I would like to make some observation in relation to the historical facts. You said that Pich Lam Kun went to the rural area with your brother. Mr. President, and the civil party interrupts. I did not say that. The President, the accused, could you please stop here so that we don't want to hear more. I think your observation should come to an end now. The President, now the hearing of the statement of civil party Chum Sirat has come to an end. Mr. Chum Sirat, you can now choose to be seated at the reserved seat for the civil parties, and the chamber is going to hear another civil party. The court official is instructed to call witness Chum, correction, civil party Chum now.
Defense. Mr. President, I take the liberty of speaking now because the accused had other observations to make apart from the one that he made, and I would like him to be given the floor again so that he can go through his observations. It seems to me important at this stage of the proceedings that we be made aware of what the accused has to say.
The President, the chamber has noted that there was a reaction from the civil party in response to the observation of the accused. And that observation itself was straying from the facts at S21 between the period, during the period in which the S21 was established, being from the 17th of April 1975 to the 6th of January 1979. So the chamber will reserve its right to actually refuse any civil parties or the accused for making any observation in relation to the facts which are out of the time frame as said. So if the accused would like to respond to the request made by the civil party in relation to the search for the truth of the information of their loved one who lost at S21, then the chamber would allow to do so, but the chamber does not allow the accused to make any observation which is far beyond the facts at issue. So, does the accused wish to make further observations then? The accused. Mr. President, the reason I made it in my observation is that it was just the beginning, because at that time the intellectuals who ran away after the demonstration against the Lolnol, they were included Mom Nai in 1973, and then Chum Narit, Non Khương, Prom Som A, Sokun, and 6 Tuan Sopala. So I remember their names because I had followed their account closely. However, when I researched further, I found the following names. I found Nuon Khương and Tuan Sopala, but I did not see the name of Sopala. I knew that Sokun was known to me because Son Sen told me that he committed suicide at the Ministry of Education, supervised by Sister Yon Yat. I did not see Chum Narat in the list, but there was a record about Kams Vanari. So I believe that when Kams Vanari was there, so Chum Vanarat could have been there too. So Chum Sirait was recorded as the medic from the cooperative. So I think these people were arrested on different accounts, while Chum Narat was arrested based on the previous implications and other people confessions. I have no idea what would happen to the arrest of Chum Saret, who might have been arrested by the implications of other people from different locations. And I would like to make it clear that the people who left to the rural area, the sick people, were together with me. The President, could you please respond to his question in relation to the date, exact date, when his brothers in-laws were arrested and executed? So this is his sole purpose, to know the truth of the date, and if you can also shed light on the location where their loved one were executed, then it would be grateful to them, because they believe that if they can locate where the dead body of their loved one could have been buried, then they can really conduct some kind of religious ceremonies to dedicate, offer some kind of best wishes to them. The accused. Mr. President, I don't have any record of the date when Kams Vanari and her husband were sent in. They were there, but I believe that the research by Chum Sirat was plausible in relation to the date when these people were executed. However, although I was the chairman of S21, I don't think I can have a good grasp of the accounts of the dates of these 2 or 3 people. The President, please be seated. The President, is your name Chum Nữ, the civil party? I am Chum Nữ, said the civil party. President, how old are you? Response, I am 60 years old. Question, where were you born? Response, I had 2 hometowns or birthplaces, one at Prek Rusai, Prevang, and another birthplace of my father was in Prevang province. I would like to make it clear that in my identification card I registered my father's hometown as my hometown, while in other record I registered the mother's hometown instead. Question, so where do you live now? Response, I live in Kampong Liu, Prevang. Question, what is your occupation? Response, I am at home planting vegetables. Question, from 1975, the 17th April to the 6th of January 1979, where had you been and what did you do? Response, during this period I may have to make it more detailed. After the 17th of April 1975, I lived in a military unit in the east. After Phnom Penh fell, the Angkar ordered me to come to Phnom Penh to work at the General Staff Logistic Session. And on the 12th of August 1977, I was arrested and sent to S21. Question, what is your father's name? Response, his name is Mia Chum. Question, what is your mother's name? Response, her name is Quack Sok. Question, can you please tell the court about your marital status? Response, I am a widow. After 1979, I remarried, but we divorced, and he died, and leaving 5 children behind under my supervision. The President, the Chamber would like now to give the floor to the Civil Party Lawyer Group 4 to brief the court in relation to the identity of Civil Party Chum No and the grounds for Civil Party applications. And the relationship of the claims to the facts at S21 during the Democratic Cambodia regime from the 17th of April 1975 to the 6th of January 1979, and the other evidence to support the claims and applications.
Mr. President, I only would like to make one remark concerning the translation in English. I have heard that there was a translation when Madame Chum No spoke that she was sent to S21. It was obviously S24 in Khmer. Could it be clarified? And maybe in the French translation, I think it is the same than S21 in the translation, I assume. Yeah? And or maybe to clarify with the civil party again this point.
The President, actually in Khmer we heard S21. I don't know whether what English would say. Madame Chum No, to which direction or which prison was you arrested and detained, at S21 or S24? Response. When I said S21, it was based on the document. Actually, I was not sent to Tuol Sleng, but the location was the branch of S21. First, I was arrested and sent to Prek Thnaut office or Takamau prison. It was the former psychiatric hospital. I was detained there for a short while before I was sent to Stung Chro. We walked there. At Stung Chro, I was pregnant and I was forced to get married in 1976. After I gave birth to my child, I was then sent to S24 or Presor. The President, could you please stop here, because we only now verifying your identity. You will be able to give a comprehensive account of your story actually later, and we now in the midst of hearing the brief information from your lawyer in relation to your civil party claims. So the civil party lawyer, you still may proceed with the further observation. Mr. Hong Kum Soon. Thank you, Mr. President and your honors. I am Hong Kum Soon. I am the civil party lawyer in group 2 and 4. My client, Madame Chum No, was a victim. She is a victim and the civil party. She has obtained the identification card, which is already included in the case file. The co-investigating judges have already approved her civil party application form in 2008 in November. There are documents to support her claims that she was the victim at S21 that covered S24, as she already said previously. This document can be found under ERN D25/16/2 in Khmer. ERN 00211380 and document D25/16/2, which are the supporting documents to prove that she was detained at S24, which was the branch of S21. I would like to also tell the court that Chum No was not the only victim at that time. During the time, her husband, Nu Muon, was also detained. He was tortured at S21, now known as Tuol Slang Museum. Later on, he was executed. And another person accompanied her was her child. The child she gave birth before she was taken to S21. And the baby died because of starvation. So she is here not alone, but on behalf of herself and her child and her husband. The documents that have already been filed in the case file related to her husband Nu Muon, alias Sam, can be found in the list of the prisoners of S21 or Tuol Slang prison. And that list, the list of the prisoners from 1975 to 1978. He can be found in document under ERN 0071629 and another prisoner list with with number 61 actually under ERN 001816557 and another list of document, a list of prisoners under ERN 00331375 and another document of S21 under ERN 00331803. Another list of S21, the list of prisoners under ERN 00331076. So these are the documents supporting the information that her husband was detained and executed at S21. And the document already filed in relation to the ID card is under ERN 00211379. I have already told the court about the biography at S21, but it was not produced at S21 but made at S24. It can be found under ERN 00211380. Chum No has joined at a civil party to seek justice for her and her husband and kid, because the most responsible people of the Democratic Cambodia had inflicted tortures and sufferings on her, and she is here to also claim for the civil reparation if the accused after all is found guilty as charged. So she is going to seek collective and moral reparations at the end. I would like to also tell the court that Madame Chum No was the victim of the decay. The victim as the result of the purges or the smashes, as always said by the accused, that he referred to the internal purges of the enemies inside the decay. My client joined the revolution before the 1975, and after 1975 until the day she was arrested and detained and tortured. And after 1979, after the Vietnamese invaded Cambodia, she had suffered more when she had to go with the accused to Posat and Battambang. I would like to now stop here, and I would like the President to allow her to please continue with her statement. The President, since it is now time to take the adjournment, we will take the adjournment for lunch, and we will resume at 1:30 p.m. The civil party can then proceed with her statement after lunch. You can now please take a rest and come back to the courtroom by 1:30 to proceed with your deposition. The security personnel are now asked or instructed to take the accused to the waiting room and return him to the courtroom by 1:30 p.m.
Soom chơnក្រោកឈរ